in and of itself when it comes to screening, depending on grade level, depending on the issue itself, often different screeners actually meet different needs. And so having an exhaustive list in Rule can be an issue. In Georgia, we can change rules a little bit easier than we can in some other states. I know when I was in Kentucky, it took a full year to ever get a rule promulgated. Those days I really missed Georgia because it was pretty rough. But it still, at the end of the day, some of you remember the old list of state-funded courses, and I was here when we used to have to bring that every year, and it was pretty terrible. And that's why we try to move that to guidance too. They did push that the DOE should convene a task force of experts to assist in developing the process for initial screening. The task force should be responsible for compiling and maintaining the list. At the end of the day, they felt like there needed to be people with specific expertise that come together, that provide that advice to the department, and actually have a level of quality when it comes to those different screening tools. Districts should be required to use the tool from the list, or if districts use a tool that's not on the list, there should be a way for them to have a review of any additional submitted tools. And then the final list, meeting Senate Bill 48, should be narrowed using a clear, rigorous process of identification. So basically, being very upfront about how those things are chosen. Naturally, there was conversation about people that were serving on this committee transitioning to some type of task force. There was also a good bit of conversation about numbers of tools and whether that's 5, 10, the kind of the general feelings. It doesn't need to be a huge list. It needs to be narrow enough that it gives good guidance and good equity across all the districts, but at the same time allowing for flexibility within the districts, realizing that things have different costs. And like I said, dyslexia in and of itself, just because of how you have to find different methodologies sometimes to find the actual issue that you're trying to address. Next slide. Parental consent being a big part of Senate Bill 48, the new rule should make clear that parent consent is not required for the universal screening, but actually for specific dyslexia. So again, this is where you kind of get into some interesting dialogue. Universal screener that every student is going to take doesn't necessarily require full parental consent. But if you are going to specifically screen for characteristics of dyslexia, then Senate Bill 48 requires that there is some type of communication and consent that goes out to the parent. So the rule language regarding information parents should receive should mirror that language in Senate Bill 48. Next slide. There should be a very clear process for referring K-3 students. The rule should require dyslexia screening for all K-3, including those who transfer from another district. The frequency of the screening was a good bit of conversation. They kind of landed on the fact that it should be at least twice per year, because obviously things that you find in the fall may not be as evident as things that you find in the spring, especially with really young students. You don't know how much of it is the fact that they actually have an issue versus they're coming from a home situation where maybe they just didn't have as much exposure to reading and being read to. So the rule or related guidance about dyslexia screening just should make really clear that students who are screened do not need to be screened in every skill listed in Senate Bill 48, but rather they should be screened in the skills that are actually relevant to predict literacy success, basically. Next slide. Continued around K-3, referring K-3 students. At the end of the day, there's a lot of this that best practices for identifying reading difficulties actually are pretty universal. And so anything around best practice should be something that we really push with our schools, with our districts. Prior to conducting any additional in-depth assessments, though, the school-based team should consider both screening data and additional qualitative and quantitative data when making decisions. So basically, I think the committee, which makes it a little bit more complicated, and it means that it's going to be more training involved at the district level, is you can't look at one data source and say, oh, well, that's the answer. You actually have to look at multiple things. You look at qualitative data that our teachers are collecting, as well as quantitative data on their performance on assessments. We actually had 3 subgroups that came together. Arkansas tended to be the rule that people liked most. And so what we did was we basically had the 3 groups go through the Arkansas rule and put in places that would Georgianize that rule to add additional things that maybe you're missing or to take out things that were not appropriate for here in Georgia. Next slide. The process for monitoring progress of students. Obviously, this is a big deal too. Committee believed that it should be made clear in the rule that the progress monitoring is a requirement, which mirrors the language in Senate Bill 48. They suggested that the comment could be something like once per month or more often as needed, as determined by school personnel. So again, there was reference to that in the Arkansas rule that we turned over to the department as well. Next slide. These are just some further discussion points. So those were some pretty specific recommendations by the committee. These are other things that were discussed that really the department and you guys have to continue to discuss. But the committee felt that the type of instruction that best supports dyslexic students is really important for all readers. So, which makes sense, right? I mean, it's sort of like back in the day, we used to do all the work around our gifted students, and we found that a lot of the strategies for gifted students also work for all students. And I think that we see the same thing, especially around literacy instruction here. So they suggested that one possible way to do this would be to include language in the rule that students should not be identified based on inadequate instruction. And just making it real clear that we can't just put kids in, say they have characteristics of dyslexia if the instruction may not have been adequate. Next slide. At the end of the day, one of the things that just kept coming up, and this was a little bit of an issue in Senate Bill 48, where they use screening tool and diagnostic assessment somewhat interchangeably. And I'm not going to read all of this to you because you guys can do that on your own. But at the end of the day, it's really making sure that when the rule is brought forth that it's clear what those definitions are and that you pick a term and stick with it so that people know exactly what they're talking about. Because, I mean, we all know you can get into just in assessment alone, formative assessment, diagnostic assessment, you can get into summative, you get into all these different performance-based assessments, and people at the end of the day are going, I don't even know what that really means. So just being clear about diagnostic tools or versus a screening tool. Next slide. There we go. They also felt strongly that the handbook should be revised to provide even more guidance to districts. Now, again, and I said this last time too, kudos to the department. They were all very appreciative of how much work has gone into the handbook. So, Superintendent Woods and his team have done a great job with that, and they just wanted to continue to push that this continues to be an ever-evolving handbook. Some key things that they brought out was, they would love to see the handbook revised as soon as possible after the rule is adopted. And one of the things we did have a conversation on about that is, they can't really get out ahead of the board. There's a chicken and egg here. But at the same time, we understand that the sooner that's completed, the better it will be for districts. All the processes of the handbook should be written in a way that districts can have a model to replicate of their own work. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody has to follow exactly the same process, but there should be enough guidance that people know what best practice is. Where appropriate, the handbook should show connections to other processes. This is a hard one, and I think this is where the department started and admirably so, that there is so much connected with dyslexia and with the MTSS RTI process. So while they felt like it was important to keep the disability of dyslexia separate, they also recognized you can't really do one thing without the other. So maybe the place to do this is, rather than a rule, put it in guidance of how do these things actually connect. Next slide. I'm completely good. I was just tested just before anybody asks. You know, when I travel, I test before I go, when I get back, just to be safe. There was committee participants expressed concern about just the issue of how well elementary teachers are prepared to teach literacy. And this was a theme that kind of ran through the entire scope. I mean, and this is always I think, a concern about any of these kinds of things. You know, you can say, you can have the greatest rule on the planet, you can have the greatest guidance on the planet, but as we know, no great education idea ever died in the vision phase. It dies in implementation. So I think this was their way of just saying, let's keep our foot on the gas and make sure that we're continuing to support and prepare our teachers to teach literacy. Just as a side note, I will say in closing, you know, George has done some pretty incredible things around literacy in the past. I mean, when I was here back in the early 2000s, and we had Reading First, and we saw incredible gains there. We've seen a lot of great things happen in Georgia, and Mississippi, who, you know, everybody's loving on the golden child right now, it all started with dyslexia, and back in 1998. So Georgia has all the pieces, and I think that the leadership that's coming from this board and from the department, you've got a great opportunity for Georgia to really assert itself in the realm of literacy and prepare our kids. So it's, as always, it's a pleasure for SREB to be a support. In particular, here in my home state, you know, with us being right around the corner, we always want to be able to be helpful and do what we can to support you. And so we appreciate the opportunity. And with that, I will cede the floor.
I want to add some clarity.
Yes.
You helped me with this on a couple of things that were said. On the levels of tiers, you know, and refresh me, but I was looking back at my notes. We did say that in the meeting that when those came up within a rule, we would refer it to the guideline. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't that we were just going to have it vague. But we had to be careful, because if we put in the tier process, SST usually comes up in tier 3, and if we do this right with the screening, and this is not Helen Rice talking, it is all these educators that were there. I just gleaned from what I heard from them. And so those of you that were there, if you're not hearing, but I think I tried to take pretty good notes, that what they were saying, if we keep this process and we understand that if we have the right screeners, and back to the screening thing, the approved qualified dyslexia screener, in everything that the group talked about, they talked about a process of having, like you said, maybe 5 to 8 or something, recommendations or guidelines that aligned with the 5 components in the law, which were phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, comprehension, can't remember the other, what's his name, but anyway, it had to align with the law. Mm-hmm. And there were some suggestions already. I think Richard, from credits to the DOE, they had researched some things, and Jennifer had some suggestions, and so did some of the other districts of what they were using. So it's not said here, but it is in those components of that. So I want to make it clear, and Matt, when y'all are working, I know you're working on the rule and all too, and I'm sure that they will reiterate those things, but the approved qualified dyslexia screener is, you can say the screener, but you can refer from the rule, refer to the guidelines. Also, the clarity about the literacy instruction. I bet you it came up 40 times about structured reading, which was part of the law of those components. And structured reading, we even had someone from the Skank School who was on our committee that had done a pilot with APB, and they had improved reading scores using structured reading in Orton-Gillingham, and I think even letters or something. And over a course of a year and a half, those students had made extreme growth. So as we look at this, I don't see structured reading mentioned in that statement, but I know it came up 40 times because that's aligned with the rule. So if we could not lose touch with those words and what they're seeing that have been scientifically researched and understand that it gives us the right results, then those are things that as you write a rule, you refer to structured reading, which is in the rule, and say refer to guidelines. For Nika and Tina and Caitlin, remember, all of y'all that put together that handbook, it is exceptional. And it should be in every school, and it should be like a Bible in that school. And so so kudos to that too, Richard. Also, this group, and I think you heard Rachel speak to us at our board meeting last month, talking about the wonderful collaborativeness and the cross-section of people that we had here. Tiffany and Caitlin and Matt, I would like to recommend that group be part of your advisory group, because I think they have the people on there and the groups and the committees and the agencies on there that could really answer, they're doing the work. They could really answer some hard hit or questions and be of advice to you. So that would be my recommendation, Finn, if we could absolutely have that group as an advisory group. But in saying that, maybe if we can add these clarity to this, do you feel like I said that effectively of what was said? That was sort of left out there, and I don't want it to be left out, because when things aren't tangible, sometimes they get overlooked. So, but thank you for all your time. I know you're traveling today and you were busy and can't be here tomorrow. I would love for all the board members to hear this. Ken and I have talked many times about, he's been at NASB, how this is a golden key to them. They're looking at Georgia. They've seen something. You might speak to that, Ken. Right now, I know.
As Dr. Pruitt said, this is a national issue that, several states are tackling, and, varying degrees of success and consistency, and it's the longevity of doing this. And I get excited when we're doing this along with standards revision and other instructional things that came out of what we learned during the when students were at home. We had to rely on different mechanisms of engagement, and now we're at a place where we can identify struggling readers, and with a litany of resources to build those skills. And so I'm excited about the convergence of this along with everything else the department has been moving towards. So,
and also with Stephanie Johnson.
And early childhood. So so I don't want to, Madam Chair, continue with, I know we have an agenda, but yes, I think there is a lot here that maybe during the chair's report tomorrow we can get back in some of those other connections. Jason. Okay, so thank you again, Dr. Pruitt.
Thank you, Dr. Pruitt.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Very welcome. And I will just say a lot of the things that I had up there were for brevity, because I knew how much y'all had going on. But when I talk about things like reflected in Senate Bill 48, those 5 components are very clear in Senate Bill 48 and other things. And, I would just say too, just from a perspective that, this isn't just about getting kids to read. It's about an economy that, by 2030, for the first time in our country's history, we will have fewer working age individuals than non-working age, or traditional non-working age, because I expect I'll work past 65. But it'll be a first time, and so we've got to have everybody we can in the economy and in the workforce. And a big part of that is getting them on the right track with reading early.
I'll keep my comment short. I just want to reiterate what you said earlier about the need for teacher training. Specifically, not just literacy in general, but specifically related to dyslexia. I've been a third grade classroom teacher. I was never trained on dyslexia. I was never trained on the interventions. I was never trained on what it is. And there are more teachers out there like me than not. And so really honing in on that professional development, like you said, there are some great pieces here. There's some great teamwork going on, but the implementation is where it can all fall apart. And so I really feel like there needs to be, the investment of time, the investment of whatever into that professional development to really make this work. So just kind of on behalf of teachers.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Dr. Pruitt? Thank you, Dr. Pruitt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Steve?
Will you leave your PowerPoint so that okay,
Yeah,
Tiffany
got
can
it.
send them, thank you.
All right, good morning, Dr. Taylor.
Good morning.
All right, we'll start with Rule 1.
All right, item number 1 is a request for the approval of the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program 2022-2023 private school list. The official code of Georgia annotated, section 20-2-2115, requires the State Board of Education to authorize private schools that will be eligible to participate in the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. Private schools that are interested in participating in the program have until June 30th, 2022 to apply for the 2022-2023 school year and must meet eligibility requirements outlined in rule and law to be considered. Having met these eligibility requirements, the 8 private schools listed in the attachments are seeking to participate in the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program for the 2022-23 school year.
Any comments, questions from the committee?
How many private schools do we have now?
With the approval of these schools, that would be about 294.
Any other comments, questions? All right. And as I said, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 2.
Item number 2 is a request to approve the local board governance training providers for fiscal year 23. So the state board has adopted the State Board of Education governance standards for local boards as the basis for local school board member training. In June 2011, the board adopted a document entitled Training Requirements for Members of Local Boards of Education and Members of Local Education Agencies in response to the passage of Senate Bill 84 during the 2010 legislative session. One of the provisions set forth in this document requires the Department of Education to approve training providers and courses for training credits. The training providers on the attached list, if approved, will conduct local school board member training utilizing curricula aligned with the State Board governance standards for local boards and will meet identified needs for improvements as submitted in local boards' training programs.
Okay. Any comments, questions from the committee?
I guess I still have to ask, the state board, the DOE and state board are still doing the finance training, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Any other comments, questions? We'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is a request to adopt the Health Informatics course revisions. So business and industry experts reviewed 4 health informatics courses and provided feedback on necessary revisions to bring these courses up to date. Their feedback was incorporated by Georgia teachers who also have this industry experience. The 4 courses being revised are Essentials of Health Information Technology and Applications of Health Information Technology, which are the 2nd and 3rd courses in the Health Informatics Health Information Technology pathway. Health Information Management Medical Office, which is the 3rd course in the Health Informatics Health Information Management Medical Office pathway, and Healthcare IT and Biotechnology, which is a middle school course in healthcare science. At the March 2022 meeting, the State Board approved these courses to be posted for public review and comments, and they have been posted for more than 30 days.
Comments, questions?
Just, I was happy when we first started this providing health informatics to high school students and the connection with dual enrollment, and to see it connecting back to middle grades and and then revising it with changes in industry is important for our state. This is, I'm just really happy that this is, again, continuing and we're refining how well we get students ready for this type of career.
Also, what a link back to, you know, everybody, a lot of our systems are putting in these health clinics on their campuses and all in elementary schools. So this, you know, those kids will be associated and they'll see the nurses and people there, and this pathway will end. Anything you need to comment? How many comments do we have on it?
The health informatics, we had 16 people respond, and they were very positive. Many folks said they liked seeing that it's very reflective of the industry and that it's current and up to date, and that they can follow the standards easier than in the past when there was, I guess, the QCCs, when it would be like 50,000 statements. So healthcare is a big industry, and they're looking for people all over. We were at a meeting down in South Georgia Monday, and Phoebe Monday has dropped their entry age to 17 to get people working, because they would have kids finishing a pathway in CNA, and they were too young to go to work. So the hospital system down there changed their minimum age limit to 17, so those 20 kids could come right to work in the hospital system.
Wow.
And then they'll be parlayed into a ASN program with Albany State and Albany Technical College there in Albany, and just keep working from that into their 4-year ASN eventually. Starting young, growing their workers.
Most of those students came out of the college and career academy.
Those came from the 4 Cs, the College and Career Academy. In phase 2, which will roll out this coming fall, will be with Reed County and Sumter County. And they will be working with, Reed County's in the middle, so they can pick Albany or Americas. But Ignite College and Career Academy, they're on the Americas Sumter High School campus, will be using ED in Americas, as well as a partnership with Magnolia Manor, which is a nursing home provider that has, I think, 10 or 12 sites across the bottom part of Georgia, from Alabama all the way to the coast. So that'll be a great thing for those kids. And then the partnership with South Georgia Tech and Georgia Southwestern. So they have a cohort of 20 kids that'll be rolling into that fall.
Refresh our memory on that law. Was it just for manufacturing that law came, that kids could be 16 or 17? What was it?
It was to give them a insurance break.
Insurance.
They hired. But in this case, hospitals have their own rules.
Right.
And they met as a hospital board, CEO, they dropped it to 17.
So those would be local
Correct.
decisions in
And those kids
hospitals.
are doing a wonderful job.
Okay. Right.
Any other comments or questions? If not, no dissent, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. All right, item number 4.
Item number 4 is a request to adopt the Hospitality, Recreation, and Tourism Pathway Course Revisions. So feedback from educators and business and industry partners indicated a need to update and rearrange the content for these courses to reflect current practices in business and to better prepare students for career opportunities in the hospital, recreation, and tourism industry. The revision committee consisted of 7 professionals from the industry, 3 educators with experience teaching the pathway, a systems CTAE director, and a professor from Gwinnett Technical College. At the March 2022 meeting, the board approved these courses to be posted for public review and comment, and they have been posted for more than 30 days.
Comments, questions, or
How many comments?
This one did not break the barrier here. We had 2 comments, 2 responses.
Aren't people looking at these?
Well, it's quite tedious.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be truthful, it's each course you have to do the whole survey component. But they did respond and they said that it was very good. One person did want to suggest that geography and more technology be in the standards dealing with tourism. And they did like the addition of event management and convention type experiences, since that is such a big business across Georgia. So we brought it up to more standards of what we see in Georgia as opposed to when things were originally rolled out, I believe, in 2007.
In my district with Great Wolf, this was a great addition to having the convention and those things. So, thank
This
you.
is huge for us in Savannah, actually. Savannah Chatham has partnered with a hotel group and has a whole hotel lab in one of the high schools for this related.
That's an interesting concept.
Yeah,
A hotel lab in
like
high
they
school.
built a hotel, like a room, models of a room, I think, in there. I haven't seen it specifically, I just know about it.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 5.
Item number 5 is a request to initiate an amendment to State Board of Education Rule 160-4-2-.34 dual enrollment. So this rule amendment is being requested for initiation, which means if approved, it will be posted for 30 days public review and comment. This rule is being amended to outline the completion and passing of both the American Government course and the Personal Finance and Economics course for Option B students entering 9th grade in the 2022-23 school year and beyond as a part of their required secondary course options outlined in the Official Code of Georgia Annotated Section 20-2-161.3. The amendment also updates the language related to American Literature and Composition requirement, which was approved by the board back in March of 2021 to remove the language, quote unquote, beginning in the 2021-22 school year and incorporate within the standing rule requirements.
Comments, questions?
I just have some clarity, some clarification, because, we did that personal finance and econ course. And so, there are 9 required high school classes for option B. And then they earn 2 TCCs, right?
They earn either 2 TCCs
Or an
associate's degree
Okay.
or a technical college diploma.
So econ and personal finance can be a full unit or a half unit. But it is one course, right? So the districts are gonna determine because it's gonna come into effect in 24-25, right?
Right, so personal finance and economics is one course, determined where districts determine whether it's a full credit or a half credit.
But the districts will determine that. Is that correct?
The credit weighting of the course, whether it's
Credit.
half or full.
Uh-huh. But we're not gonna throw out econ and personal finance to have personal finance here and an econ course. It's gonna be that same one course.
We're referring to the course that you guys revised and approved, the personal
Okay.
finance and economics course.
Okay, well, I had a phone call and said, does that mean with this new law that there would be any adjustment to that? And I said, I don't think so, but I will ask.
Yep.
So I have asked. So it's just saying that in the districts, just with Senate Bill 9, B, Senate Bill,
Option
whatever,
B.
Option B, that those students, according to the district, if they only need a half a credit in it, they can have a half a credit, but it's that same course that Matt and I were with Matt and that whole econ group that rewrote that course, right?
Yes, it's that same
Okay.
course.
And it's not gonna break that course down into 2 separate.
That's not what this rule is
Okay.
doing.
All right, thanks.
All right, any other comments, questions? Move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 6.
Item number 6 is a request to approve to post the standards revisions for medical assisting, or the standards for medical assisting. Again, this is a request to post a new course, medical assisting, for public review and comment. This new course is a direct response to the needs of the healthcare industry. WellStar Medical requested that students in the allied health and medicine pathway have an opportunity to develop knowledge and skills in medical assisting, so students would be able to have more options in the healthcare field. So throughout the fall and winter of 2021-22 school year, business and industry experts and educators researched and developed standards for this course. Healthcare science teachers reviewed the standards and provided feedback to the committee for the final draft. If approved, this medical assisting course is the fourth course option in the therapeutic services, allied health, and medicine pathway. And if approved, will be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Okay, comments, questions?
How many of our career academies do we know do allied health? I know we do.
Good question, and that's one that we can research and find out. Sometimes they start off with one, and then for whatever reason, when it's time for registering for the third course, it may fizzle out and they all go into maybe the nursing program, because in the healthcare, the first two classes, foundations and essentials are the same, and then it starts going down different routes. But I can find that out.
Okay, that'd be great to know.
Any other comments, questions? No, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is a request for approval to post standards revisions for sports medicine. Again, this is a request to post the amendments to the sports medicine course for public review and comment. Sports medicine is the third course in the therapeutic services sports medicine pathway. Teachers in the field, along with the Healthcare Advisory Committee, determined that several of the sports medicine standards needed to be revised and some new standards added to keep the program current and up to date. We have business and industry experts and educators review this course and provide feedback on necessary revisions to bring this course up to date. Their suggestions have been incorporated into the course by experienced teachers who also have industry experience. If approved, this course will be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Comments, questions on item 7?
Nothing other than, can you talk a little, what brought about this? Obviously, I heard what you said, but were we getting just bombarded with updates on the new?
Yes, when these things were originally developed many years ago, and lots of different technologies are being incorporated now into these fields and new techniques. And so it was determined by our advisory committees in the healthcare area that this needed to be one that needed to be updated and revamped, especially in the schools that offer, that have some of our premier football programs. They have also very good sports medicine programs.
So do we periodically, obviously you periodically review these kind of,
Up until, let's see, when I came here 6 years ago, it seems like these things were done one time, then they were all, the world stopped, and you did all 500 again, and then it picked back up. Well, that's pretty taxing on our business people, on our health, on our people that work here. So one of the things that I discussed with Dr. Wall was we needed to do a surgical updates.
That's great.
Prioritize the ones that need it, and then we can do so many a year as opposed to trying to do them all in one time. And if all these get to be posted and adopted, we will have brought 59 courses or new pathway courses since last May.
wow, that's great.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is a request to post for public review and comment the Startup Entrepreneurship Pathway. This pathway was a direct response to the needs of the business community of Georgia. The Georgia Chamber of Commerce, various school systems, and several businesses asked the department to develop a pathway for our high school students that would promote the concept of entrepreneurial thinking. Business and industry experts and educators came together to develop the standards for the 3 courses in the pathway. And if approved, these courses would be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Comments, questions?
Can I share this? Barbara Wall came to Callaway Gardens with her lead group, and this entrepreneurial thing is one of the leading things now that is coming out for small businesses. I was I guess not shocked, but to hear the number of people that are now doing entrepreneurial jobs in businesses is amazing. It was in the top 3 things for new businesses in our state. So
I think COVID brought a lot of those changes around.
that's a good point. But kudos to y'all for jumping on it.
And so these are 3 courses for Hope New Pathway for the entrepreneurship. And we brought in and want y'all look at the frameworks that we're implementing in all our CTA programs, so every kid can get a taste of how they may go out and open their own businesses and so forth. So, big push.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda. Item number 9.
Item number 9 is a request to post the Georgia Standards of Excellence for exploring audio-video broadcast and film for grades 6, 7, and 8 for public review and comment. The middle school exploring audio-video broadcast and film standards allow for direct alignment with the high school audio-video technology and film pathway. These new courses were designed by a committee of industry experts and educators to provide exploratory options for middle school students to gain knowledge and skills in audio-video broadcast and film technology. Exposure to various career fields in the industry are also a major component of the courses. The content has been developed to meet industry standards. If approved, these courses will be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Comments, questions? I think it's a great idea, exposing our middle school kids to all that we can.
I'm at a K-8 and I love this because we have a broadcast elective and I can just thinking about the teachers I can email this to right now, say, watch out, here it comes. This is great, I love it.
And there's Clearwater. Dr. Barrett, you had some of that when you were in place at Clearwater. I mean, this is exciting because it generates that interest to go on into it. And again, the film industry is what Georgia's, top 2 or 3 businesses. This is great job.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 10.
Item number 10 is a request to post the Georgia Standards of Excellence for exploring construction for grades 6, 7, and 8 for public review and comment. Similarly, the middle school exploring construction standards allow for the direct alignment to the high school construction pathways. These courses were designed by a committee of industry experts, educators, and trade association representatives to provide exploratory options for middle school students to gain knowledge of construction tool use and exposure to various career fields in the construction industry. The content has been developed to meet industry standards, and likewise, if approved, will be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Comments, questions?
I'm sorry, I'm just commenting on everything, but I am so excited because how many years have we been asking for this general construction kind of thing to come to fruition? And all the districts are going, our kids need it. They love to build things. You know, we tried building tiny houses or what, but everything that has come out today has been a culmination of things that across the state you're listening and you're put it into place. And I'm so excited. I'm sorry, y'all comment, but
I don't know if you saw it on Facebook the other day. I don't know if it was I don't know if y'all posted it, your department posted it, or if there was a construction organization that posted it. It was signing day
yes.
for high school students with their jobs in construction, just like you have the the sports signing day, but it was construction signing day.
Yes.
I loved it. I thought that was so exciting. So this is
big because I think the average age in the construction industry is like 59 years old. So people are aging out and they don't have anybody to come in to fill those positions. So this is great.
Any other comments, questions? If not, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 11.
Item number 11 is a request to post the Georgia Standards of Excellence for Naval Science 4, Naval Leadership, and Naval Science 4 Effective Communications for public review and comment. The Navy JROTC curriculum for these courses were revised by the U.S. Navy headquarters. These course revisions were revised to reflect the updates to this curriculum. A group of Navy JROTC instructors came together to revise the current Georgia standards for Naval Science 4 to reflect these updated standards from the U.S. Navy headquarters. If approved, these courses will be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Comments, questions, concerns?
This is great. ROTC, it's wonderful what they're doing, preparing our young men and women to go into the military services. And so this is great. I'll make sure I send this out to all my military contacts.
How many naval ROTC? I know we have a lot of Army, and how many naval do we have?
We can get that information, but it's based upon the size of the actual branch. So the Army is the largest, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and in some instances you'll have Coast Guard in some places. So the number of JROTC units is in proportion to the amount of the actual service branch. So in some instances, it ebbs and flows if there's a downsize in one of the branches. And systems apply, or we tell them to apply for any branch. Don't just have your heart set on Air Force, because you may not get one for many, many years. So we tell them to apply for any of the branches, so when a slot opens, they can then move into it. So it's very controlled from the service branches. So when they develop curriculum, we have to respond to their new stuff, put it in our Georgia standards.
I didn't know that, thank you. So it is good to ask a question.
All righty, any other comments, questions?
I was gonna say too, the neat thing about these programs is the awesome scholarships that are involved for students that wish to pursue opportunities in college. My son is a recipient of a phenomenal scholarship. He's in the Navy ROTC program and attending Embry-Riddle Aeronautic University, and I can actually say he's going to be a rocket scientist. But the thing is that the ability for people to apply for and the college's ROTC programs, there's eligibility for up to $180,000 in support through these programs, and students across the state of Georgia that are interested in pursuing a military career should definitely look at this. And particularly with an opportunity is that at the completion of those college ROTC programs, they come out as a commissioned officer in their respective field of service. So it's an amazing program.
Yes. All right, any other comments, questions? If not, we'll plan to move this to the consent. Mr. Stan,
No,
any other comments?
nothing about this particular item, just about all of these items in general, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm really excited about all these opportunities, as Helen has stated already. And I know that every district won't be implementing all of these. They'll pick and choose as needs dictate, but I think we're gonna have to be very supportive and innovative in helping staff these programs, because my sense is that the instructors for many of these new CTAE courses are not currently working in our schools right now. Maybe they are, maybe they can adapt and add this to their toolbox. But I think we want to make sure that we're supporting districts as they're trying to hire to fill the positions that are going to have the needed expertise to implement these programs, because they're timely and I think they're needed. I think it's going to help the Georgia economy and it certainly help our kids better prepare for life after high school. Just don't want to forget the instructional side of this. It's going to be a challenge, I think, for some districts to find the qualified people to work in all of these programs.
And our reasons will help them get qualified.
Yes, that's right.
All right, any other questions, comments about the Rules Committee? If not, that completes our agenda.
All right, thank you. We have a need to go into executive session at this time to discuss personnel, legal matters, and any other matters under Georgia law. Do I have a motion? Second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, we will go into executive session. We will be back at 12:30 for our next committee meeting. That will be budget. All the meetings will be in this room moving forward. We will move on with our next committee meeting, just a few minutes behind. It's Budget Committee, and I believe both our chair and our vice chair are, at least our chair is attending. Matt, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I'm on.
All right, so you are attending remotely, and this is your committee, so have at it.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a quorum of the Budget Committee present?
Who's on that?
Who is on your committee, Mr. Donaldson? You and I.
Frank Griffin,
He is here.
Mike Royal,
He is not.
Scott Sweeney, and
He
Mark
is here.
Gasol.
They are here. We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. I will call the Budget Committee meeting to order. First item is item 1.
All right, this is the contract renewal for GKids 2.0. This contract provides for administration, scoring, and reporting of the GKids 2.0 program, and the total contract amount is not to exceed $308,128.
Any questions or comments? Item 2.
This is another contract renewal for the FY23 Georgia Learning Resources System, GLRS contracts. These are federal funds that are distributed to Georgia Learning Resource System centers to provide technical assistance and coaching for local districts to support outcomes for students with disabilities. This total contract amount is not to exceed $7,300,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 3.
This is a contract renewal for FY23 Office of State Administration hearings. The Georgia Department of Education is required to provide due process hearings under State Board of Education Rule 160-4-7-.12 dispute resolution. These due process hearings are designed to resolve differences between concerned parties, and the total contract amount is not to exceed $300,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 4.
This is our federal programs grant for FY 2022 Grant for Residential and Reintegration Services, GRRS. These grants assist LEAs with the support of the placement of students with severe disabilities in private residential settings or with reintegration of students back into the LEA or other community services. This total grant amount is not to exceed $954,639.
Any questions or comments? Item 5.
This is our FY 2022 high-cost grant for special education. These grants will partially reimburse LEAs for the costs incurred for students whose IEPs require extensive and expensive direct instructional and related services that exceed $27,000 per student. This total grant amount is not to exceed $4,999,995.
Any questions or comments? Item 6.
All right, item 6 is our FY 2023 Georgia Department of Education budget, as defined by the FY 2023 Appropriations Act, House Bill 911, which will be signed by Governor Kemp on May 12, 2022.
Any questions or comments? All right, item 7.
All right, item 7 is our FY 2023 state salary schedule. OCGA 20-2-212 and 20-2-167 require the State Board of Education to adopt the annual salary schedule, and this does include the $2,000 increase.
Very good. Any questions or comments? Item 8.
This is our authorization to issue 2022 bonds. A State Board of Education resolution is required to authorize the Georgia State Financing and Investment Commission to issue general obligation bonds on behalf of the Georgia Department of Education. The total amount of these general obligation bonds to be issued is $161,545,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 9.
This is a negotiated settlement with Bondurant, Mixon, and Elmore. This item addresses an outstanding issue of attorney fees and costs related to a class action lawsuit filed against DeKalb County School District, the DeKalb County School District Superintendent, and the DeKalb County Sheriff. The total amount is not
Any
to
questions?
exceed, $400,000.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Item 10 is a contract with communities and schools. The purpose of this contract is to provide communities and schools site coordinators in 6 rural school districts to provide services to students at risk of dropping out of school and not graduating. The total amount of this contract is not to exceed $363,360.
Any questions or comments? Item 11.
All right, item 11 is the Georgia Career and Technical Student Organization, Ctso. The purpose of this board item is to increase opportunities and accessibility to Ctsos and CTAE programming for Georgia students, particularly those in rural areas. The total contract amount is not to exceed $2,312,000.
Very good. Any questions or comments? Item 12.
This is a contract renewal with Certiport. This contract supports the Microsoft Imagine Academy initiative by allowing Georgia public high school students, faculty, and staff to earn a premier industry-recognized credential that validates their knowledge, skills, and abilities relating to the Microsoft Office and Microsoft Fundamentals application. This total contract amount is not to exceed $1,274,594.40.
Any questions or comments? Item 13.
This is a contract renewal with Advance for Kids. This contract will ensure that the Georgia School for the Deaf students receive occupational, physical, and speech therapy in accordance with their IEP plans. This contract amount is not to exceed $291,720.
Any questions or comments? Item 14.
Item 14 is a contract with Dyslexia Endorsement for teachers. The purpose of this contract is to increase the capacity of teachers to address the educational needs of students with dyslexia. These funds will be used to cover the tuition, fees, and/or exam costs of teachers enrolled in dyslexia endorsement programs. The total contract amount is not to exceed $1,496,992.
Very good. Any questions or comments?
I just like to say, I know that this is a great need that is being met, and appreciate Caitlin and her shop putting this together, and I think, you know, the collaboration between the group that has met to look at the rule and what's going on, I think we'll see some great, as you mentioned, Sherry, some great professional learning and things coming out of this. So thank you for that.
I agree, Helen. Thank you. Any further questions? Item 15.
All right, this is our grant for STEM/STEAM professional learning. This will provide opportunities for teachers to engage in professional learning and as a result implement sustainable STEM education instruction initiatives aimed to increase access to quality STEAM education. The total grant amount is not to exceed $397,425.
Any questions or comments? Item 16.
Item 16 is a grant amendment to the Expanding Opportunities for Teachers, Teacher and Leader Endorsement contracts. This amendment is needed to add funding to the original allocation for Middle Georgia RESA, one of the providers of the Teacher Leader Endorsement programs. This grant amendment is $1,510,272, which brings the total grant amount not to exceed $8,310,272.
Any questions or comments?
Caitlin,
Item 17.
Hold on, man, I think,
I'd like to hear Caitlin make some statement about that, because I think that the teacher endorsement, is she here? Yeah, thanks.
Sure. We actually had other teacher leader endorsement programs and scholarships being approved. We had them approved last month, and we had missed one of our RESAs, and so this is just an amendment to make sure that we cover all of the eligible parties that qualify for these scholarships.
Thank you. How many RESAs are involved with teacher endorsement?
I I don't know off the top of my head, I can get that information to you, but the programs themselves, the endorsement programs aren't always just at recess.
Right.
They're at institutes of higher education, some of the districts have them. So they had to apply if they wanted to do these, take advantage of this opportunity. And so I'm not sure that all of the visas have applied for this, but I know that we gave out as much money as we could, and we had other parties that would have been eligible if we had more money. So we think that teacher endorsements are a really good investment for teacher quality, and so hopefully, we'll ensure that we have more teacher leaders out in the field.
There's 13, Helen. It's 13. I know yours did too. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Dooley. Any further questions or comments? Item 17.
This is a contract for the FY 2022 Microsoft corporations. The purpose of this contract is to support the agency's data modernization initiatives, efforts, and ongoing operations of our information systems. The total contract amount is not to exceed $813,535.
Any questions or comments? Item 18.
This is a contract with SHI International Corporation. The purpose of this contract is to provide No B4 platform to district staff to support district cybersecurity efforts. Districts will be able to access professional development, a phishing assessment platform to assess staff ability to identify malicious emails, and reporting tools for phishing assessment analysis. This total contract is not to exceed $1,456,954.
Very good. Any questions or comments?
Can Keith comment on the No B4 Cybersecurity Awareness and Training Program?
Yes, ma'am. That is one of two tools that the board is providing through ESSER funds in all of our districts at no cost for multiple years. The first tool, which you approved earlier in the year, enabled our technology staff to be able to better monitor systems and infrastructure. This tool is specifically designed to enable staff at schools to practice good hygiene, provide training, but also be able to use that as a way to look for potentially malicious efforts. As we well know, potentially more than 90% of all infiltrations occur at the human level, and so this is that second round. We think that this is 2 of the 3 things that we need to kind of complete a good cybersecurity program in our school systems.
Okay, you tweaked my interest. What's the third thing?
The third, we're going to talk to you tomorrow about that.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry. I've been promised like 10 minutes. I asked if I could get 12, and he said, we're good at 12, but training. Certainly, as you heard me talk about earlier this year, Ms. Helen, that is that the technology workforce has not been spared that same attrition that's happening elsewhere. We have a volume of some of our more veteran leaders that are leaving, and so we are standardizing around both training specific to the business of being a CIO, but first and foremost is what does it take to be good security minded? What does it take to develop a good awareness around cyber hygiene? And so later on, what we'll hear is that we're going to start in June. We are working and partnering with our RESAs to provide cybersecurity training to every district throughout the entirety of the state in the next little bit of time, specifically to enable them to understand what are best practices, what should you be doing right now. That's the third.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am.
No before is a highly
Thank you,
effective.
Dr. Harlan.
This is a highly effective tool. It's been used in the banking industry for several years, and it's one of the best ways to get this type of activity on the mind of your employees to ensure the safety of, specifically in my world, financial institutions, but I'm glad to hear from this perspective that it's helping our education.
Constant testing too.
I echo Frank. We use it at my bank as well. It's very good. Very good. Any further questions or comments? Item 19.
This is a grant for our school-based health center renovation grant. The purpose of this grant is to provide supplemental funding for renovation and infrastructure for 4 LEAs to establish SBHC on school district grounds. These grant funds will be granted to LEAs located in areas of Georgia where there is currently little or no access to health care. The total grant amount is not to exceed $200,000.
Very good. Any questions or comments?
Yes, I'd just like for Ashley to kind of speak on this, going to the 4 LEAs and the 4 school-based health centers that this allocation is going to.
So what additional information are you asking for?
Just give us a little overview of everything that this is going to be taken care of in the 4 different school systems.
So there will be 2 different items that you'll be hearing about, well, a total of 3, but 2 separate ones. There's one for the $50,000 for each of the 4 LEAs in order for infrastructure dollars, and then the school districts and schools themselves are responsible for the additional build-outs. This is in partnership with Emory University in order to establish and expand the school-based health center programs, which historically has not been a part of the Department of Education, but has been held outside of us. We used a formula-based calculation in order to look at the 64 counties within the state that do not have adequate healthcare infrastructure, and offered it to several different LEAs, and depending on if they accepted the support and assistance is how we end up selecting those 4 districts. Again, there will be an additional board item that comes up today that is a supplementary to this particular one that will go to the FQHCs, or federally qualified healthcare centers, specifically in order to hire the staff members, and also to work with the students within those schools and districts that are underinsured or not insured at all.
So are these like partnerships, like we just opened up one in Troop with Wellstar?
You said in Troop County?
Uh-huh.
So yes, every one of the school-based health centers does have an FQHC partnership in order for them to be able to see those students, again, that are underinsured or no insurance at all. So there is always some type of fiscal partner outside of the school building. However, the $50,000 grants that we're giving the individual schools we're talking about right now is just for them to build out their infrastructure, redevelop their space in their building so that they can start their.
They don't have to have a partner yet, is what you're saying.
Say it again?
They don't have to have an outside partner in that community yet. They just get the structure ready. That's what you're saying.
Well, yes and no. So right now, the 4 that we're talking about, 2 of them already have established their FQHC, which again, will come up on the board agenda a little later in the 250 items. But then the other 2, we have not selected the FQHC just yet. They're just starting to do their infrastructure build.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Any other questions? Okay, item 20 and 21 are both underneath $250,000. Are there any questions on items 20 and or 21?
One question for Ashley, and maybe it's in these grants, so step 1 is to build infrastructure. Step 2 is to have the capacity to serve the communities.
Yes.
And
when we say communities, it depends on the school.
Exactly.
On how they want to serve.
And so where are those under item 21? Yes. No.
So one is for the $50,000 to the 4 LEAs, and then we have 2 right now that are $226,000
I see it.
each.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions for items 20 or 21?
I have a question for item 21. In the listing of contracts, it's a new contract, the teaching and learning is 26. And it's going to build, produce, and distribute a second session of the classroom conversations. Who is Caitlin? Can you speak to that? And I would also like, whenever the videos come out, for us to have a link to them so that we can be able to access and take a look at them as well. Speak to that, I would appreciate it.
Justin's here as well. We're really excited about classroom conversations because it's an opportunity for teacher voice. We feature teachers and they talk about just general processes about what's going on in their classroom in relation to high interest topics. So sometimes it's, in fact, today they're down with the Teacher of the Year for Pre-K in Perry, Georgia, and videotaping that teacher and looking at what makes her classroom great, and made her the Teacher of the Year for the state for Pre-K. Classroom Conversations is carried under Georgia Home Classroom website of GPB. If you were to Google Georgia Phone Classroom, you'll see several brands that have emerged from that, and put on Classroom Conversations. You'll see different Georgia teachers featured for what they teach. Do you want to add any more?
Sure, thank you. I would also add, we probably have about 15,000 downloads of the 10 episodes that have gone live. The average session or podcast is 20 minutes long, so it's about the commute time for the average commuter, maybe not outside of Atlanta. So teachers are logging in and hearing about their colleagues talk about things that Dr. Goody was mentioning. Sherry was actually highlighted. The average podcast sees about 1,900 downloads, which is unbelievable for a brand new podcast, for anybody that follows that new medium. The very first episode, we saw almost 4,000 downloads. Highest downloads are typically on topics that surround school climate, classroom climate, and how teachers are motivating and inspiring their students. So this is furthering the second season. We're going to cover some of those same topics.
How is this pushed out and communicated to educators and just the audience at large?
Well, a couple of ways. Obviously, we use social media to do that. We send mass email distributions, put in a newsletter. GPB does a few promotion items on some advertisements. We certainly use word of mouth. And we speak at various conferences. I'll actually do in-person visits to school districts and let them know. And then really when we highlight teachers from the various districts, they become our advertisement piece as well. Because when all of a sudden you're in Thomaston, Georgia, and you're saying, hey, I'm a teacher here, they spread the word in the communities. And so we have a very wide array of teachers that represent all parts of the state. Probably contributes to the high downloads.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa, I did one on ESOL, on teaching techniques for ESOL. So if you go to the GPP Education Facebook page or to the Georgia Teacher of the Year Facebook page, you'll see a link to the one that I specifically did, and then to the links to the various podcasts that people did. It was a great experience, a great way to just share a lot of information very, very efficiently and in a very casual manner, like I say, classroom conversations, a very conversational manner, easy for colleagues to understand, and just share your experience and create a shared experience with teachers across the state. So I really appreciated my experience doing it. So
As the new videos come out, if you could send the link to us to our email, that would be great. And that would be another avenue for getting the communication out there as well.
None of these are actually videos. These are all just radio broadcasts.
The sound bites.
Yes.
the podcast.
The podcast.
Yeah, it's about 20 minutes.
That would be great.
Bless you.
Very good, thank you. The committee has heard items 1 through 21. Do I hear any objections from committee members to moving these to the consent agenda for tomorrow? Hearing none, items 1 through 21 have been moved to the consent. Are there any other matters for the committee?
Mr. Chair, I just have a comment to make.
Yes.
I just want to just shout out just a great appreciation to the teachers that we have across the state of Georgia. And also that the Appropriations Act, House Bill 911, fulfilled the governor's promise to deliver $2,000 increases to the state-based salary schedule for certified teachers and certified employees. That's effective September 1, 2022. And it's the fulfillment of the governor's promise to do so with a total of $5,000 increase in fiscal year 2020. And I applaud not only the governor, but the legislature, where it passed unanimously in the Senate and with, interestingly, 3 nays in the House.
And didn't paras get paid too? When there's something for paras also in there. Yeah, they got a boost too. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. That's a great comment. Much deserved increases.
Thank you.
Are there any other matters before? Hearing none, I adjourn the budget committee.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. We will stand in recess until 1:15, at which point, Ms. Kennemore, I will ask you to convene the State Schools Committee. And we are in recess until then.
Ashley.
Sure.
Good job.
Hey, we're coming back.
Nobody's listening to you, Chairman Desi.
If everybody could come back from recess so that we can move on to the State Schools Committee. We're going to hear about Smoky Powell Center, FY '23 plan and budget.
Sure.
Or
Thank you, Ms. Kennemore. And I've got Dr. Cinda Gibson joining me and some of her staff from the Smoky Powell Center. So I know we have a number of new board members that might not have met some of these folks. So we're going to do that. And then there are a few updates that Ms. Kennemore has asked me to provide, and I'll do that right after this group. But I'm going to ask Dr. Gibson to introduce her team that's behind me, and we'll let them finish this, and then I'll come right back up, okay? Dr. Gibson.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share with you one of our very favorite subjects, the Smoky Powell Center for Assistive Technology. And it's a very innovative, organized service, and we are the envy of other schools for the blind at the American Printing House for the Blind Convention every year. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Zell Murray. And Zell Murray is, Stan, Zell is going to speak to you in just a moment, but she is the state. She's the state vision.
Yes.
could you please mute your microphone, please? Thank you.
Okay, back to Zell. Zell and I have been together many years, and Zell is the state vision consultant as well as the coordinator for the Smoky Powell Center. And she's going to speak to you in just a moment. But with us also are two consultants, Tara Bowie, Education Program Specialist, and you'll know more about what they do shortly, and Sharon Little. And then their staff who are not with us are Heather Francis and Gloria Benson. So I'm going to turn this over to Zell to share the PowerPoint, and then we'll be open to any questions that you may have.
Well, I promise that I'll only take a few minutes of your time, but this is a program that we're very proud of. We hope sometimes you can look up the Smoky Powell Center. Mr. Smoky Powell was a gentleman who, when he passed away, he left a great deal of money to the state of Georgia. Unfortunately, there was a lawsuit that happened at the time, and Center for the Visually Impaired sued to get part of the money, which they did. But I have to say that they went through theirs very quickly. We're into this program now since 2007, I think, is when he passed away, and we're still going strong. Okay, so and we appreciate all that you all do to help us with our funds and with our budget every year. Okay, so with that being said, can we? I don't know how to. Okay.
If you press that little button right there.
Okay. Okay. I just want to show you just a couple of things. Again, that's the staff, and I didn't know that was going to move so fast. And our mission, obviously, is to increase graduation rates. We serve districts, obviously, all over the state of Georgia, and we travel a great deal. So I don't know where you all are from, but we've probably been in your area. And the rural areas where we have babies and students with low vision and blind, it can be very difficult outside of the greater Atlanta area to get the services in. So we go to them. That's our passion. The services that the Smoky Powell Center offers is the low vision clinics and evaluations. The low vision clinics are conducted by an optometrist. The funds pay for our optometrists to come in, as well as we do some of the low vision evaluations on site at the Georgia Academy for the Blind. and we also travel. We just got back from Muskogee County. I had no idea Columbus was such a wonderful place, but it's got the best eating places in Georgia, I'm telling you. And trust me, we gotta love them, Dallas. We had, I think 20 clinics this past school year and hope to have the same amount next school year and in various parts of the state. As part of VI eligibility, a student who has usable vision must have a low vision evaluation. So these evaluations cost nothing for the district or the families. In addition, on top of that, we give devices, the low vision devices that are prescribed, we give them at the clinic. We put them in the teacher's hands just so the teacher can train the students the proper techniques to use their devices, but the devices belong to the students, not the district. So if the student moves, their devices go with them. We also conduct assistive technology assessments. These assessments we go into the schools. We've been doing a few, obviously, the last couple of years virtually. We meet with the parents, we meet with the regular classroom teachers, we meet with the vision teachers, and we try to pair the student with the proper technology device. Now, I'm going to tell you all that one device can cost $7,000. So if you're a district, let's just, for example, say, I'm trying to think of a good district. Forsyth, let's say Forsyth County, and you have a student that you're not really sure that that's the right device, but it's kind of scary to go spend $7,000 and it not work. Well, we will come in, if it's a device that we see that's going to be a good fit for the student, we will loan the device. And we loaned it for a full year, so that way the students had time, the teachers had time to truly work on that device. At the end of that loan period, we will sell the device. As a matter of fact, and we have a 36-month depreciation value that we sell the device for. So the district can purchase the device at the end of the loan period for a discounted cost. And also outreach. Vision teachers often work in isolated areas, and we're there to support them in any way we can, support families, support anybody we can. So I won't go back. I've already talked about these things. Also, professional learning. We do offer professional learning opportunities for teachers. We have a major conference every year. It's called GVEST, Georgia Vision Educators Statewide Training. GVEST, we usually have around 200 to 225 attendees. It's a 2.5-day conference. We bring in national speakers, and the Smoky Powell Center is a big contributor, and as well as we are a big part of the committee, and Tara is our committee chair. So we're and you already know our budget, and we thank everyone that are helping us with our funds. I do want to just show you. I'm going to end with this. This is just putting some faces and seeing us in action. That's our eye doctor. That's some of our, as you can see, sunglasses is a big part of students with visual impairments. We have every color array, that you can imagine. That is our happy ones leaving our clinics. I'm telling you, they have fun. It's just like they go to an eye doctor, but they don't have to get eye drops. That's their biggest thing. They're like, no eye drops, no, and no bright lights, no. We're gonna all we do is have fun. That's what we always tell them, and it's Christmas for them. And this little girl with us here, she brought us Hershey's in these little wrappers that she made, and they actually have Braille on them, but you can't see it. She's one of the students, and those have our Smoky Powell logo on them. And So that was a lot of fun. And there we are, and the picture on the far right is I think we were in Ware County. I don't know if anybody's from Ware County, but I think we were in Ware County on that day. So I'd just like you to kind of put some faces with the just take a look at our kids and what we do. So, any questions?
How many students do you serve on an annual basis?
Well, it depends. We have assistive technology evaluations and then the low vision clinics. This year, do you have the numbers in front of you?
Yeah.
I know that this is about 2 months old.
Yeah, the date that we had, previously, we just hit 100 students for our low vision clinics that we were able to see across the state, and we were able to do over 25 assistive technology assessments this year.
And this is a staff of 5, so we're out there hustling, but it's a lot of fun.
100 now.
Maintenance of the mobile unit, is that, I mean, it seems like you're moving a lot.
We are, and that's why this year we had a vehicle, and because we literally pack and take this clinic.
Was that the bus? I mean, it looked
No.
like that was something different.
No, we don't have that anymore, so
Okay.
that's why we asked for it in our this year's
Yeah, that was
budget.
the mobile, that picture that you saw was actually mobile audiology, and that was when we were there at that same place at the same time, and so we just took a picture with
We
them.
didn't know each
But
other
it's
were
a
gonna be
two-separate-
there.
Yeah. But that is a separate bus. The one that we have within our budget would be simply a van to be able to put all of our equipment into transport. We literally set up the clinic at whatever location that we go to.
We did try renting for a couple of years. That's a nightmare. It's sometimes you go to pick up your van and they don't even have it. It's just, so we're really thankful that we are gonna get a van. We're just gonna get a Kia, so we're not getting this big huge, because we actually, we team up with, in the districts, it may be a RESA, it may be the Board of Education, wherever they decide to house us, they will host us. But it's not just for that particular district. Anybody can come from around, rather than having to go to Macon to see us. So, yeah, so that's how we work.
And can you remind me again, at what age in grade level rather in Georgia does vision screening begin?
Well, the screenings begin even before they enter school.
Yeah.
We don't actually do screenings on our end. However, once they are identified, and especially as having a visual impairment for our services, 3 years old. And as soon as a child can participate with our eye doctor, if they can name shapes, we can do a low vision evaluation, which we do. We like to get the devices in their hands as soon as possible. But they do come in with the Form 3300 is what the form's called, to enter schools with a screening. But some children that are very hard to screen, we're in this discussion right now with the State Department, really need to go to an eye care so that they can look at the structures of the eye to try to get an idea of what the child is seeing. There are some students that we're not able to see in the low vision clinic because they can't participate, but we do have another type of evaluation that teachers of the visually impaired can do to get
Just,
them
it
ready.
makes you think about those students or those children or families that aren't accessing those screening tools early. And I know of a story where, family discovered that their child, the vision wasn't as sharp as it may need to have been by driving and then having the person call out speed limit signs. And they recognized that they weren't calling out the number until they were right on top of the speed limit sign. It wasn't something that was well down the road. And it'd be great if there was literature or something like that that could talk to families about encouraging, what they should be looking for.
Oh, yes, and do you know when they're in our clinics and some of the devices we have are amazing, and they're looking at their mother and can actually see their mother's face, or father, I'm sorry. But we shed many tears in our clinics. And also, when they find out that their child may be a candidate for driving because they don't know about low vision bioptic driving. That's another whole issue that I don't know if we ever have a clinic we don't cry at some point. And I mean parents and, we conduct these clinical low vision evaluations or educational because we have educational specialists there as well as the eye doctor. The parent loves spending time with all of us so we all can have input into their child's education, what it's going to look like, what's going to happen, as well as the clinical part of it that comes from the eye doctor.
Well, we talk about literacy, and it's very, very hard to read if it's hard to see.
Yeah. Oh, we have ways. So with this equipment that I'm telling you about, we have ways.
Awesome.
Thank y'all very, very much.
Thank you.
And I will add, hopefully you see this as one of the things that I take pleasure in doing. We're well beyond just the 3 brick and mortar schools that you hear me keep talking about. You've heard about mobilology that you mentioned earlier. Creating that pipeline from early intervention all the way to what I'm about to talk about, graduation outcomes for our kids, because sometimes we're the only folks in the state that they know to turn to. Hopefully you picked up on some of the LEAs that Zell talked about. The larger systems, they've got money. There's federal money set aside for these things. We're targeting this money for helping some of these rural counties and folks in places like that. And we've started a great amount of work with the Rural and Innovation Division, which is a great collaboration. We're excited of working with them to deploy those resources. I will brag on Zell for a minute too. She not only does this, but she's also the Department of Ed's vision impairment coordinator, consultant. So if any LEA out there has a question, you can imagine some things get tricky. Working closely with Winneshop and Special Ed, they'll call Zell and Zell will provide support to those folks. So we do feel like we're adding these things. And again, at about a $3.5 million endowment now that sits with the foundation, I appreciate the fiduciary responsibility that you all take seriously in helping us manage the funds so that we do make them last. I believe at this point it's 20 plus years beyond this. So I'm going to move into our post-secondary plans. We have 37 graduates this year, which is great as we're coming out of the pandemic and stuff. This is awesome. 20 graduates at ASD. It's one of the biggest I've ever seen. So the outcomes for those students based upon transition plans are 12 employed, 6 moving on to higher ed. This is the first one I've ever seen. We've got one student going, getting a commercial driver's license to drive an 18-wheeler after the stuff we've seen in the news and how vital that commercial transit is. So hopefully that'll be a big thing. And we've got one student connected with Voc Rehab, which is exciting as well. So then GAB, Dr. Gibson Schools, we've got 14 graduates, 9 are moving on to employment, 1 higher ed, 4 are continuing with Project Search. And if you want to see a really cool program, this is one. It's about bridging the gap between school and transition to work for students that have cognitive disabilities. Did I say that right? And they're doing miraculous things. So Dr. Gibson is such a great leader. These students will get to walk with their friends, but as you know, they can stay with us until they're 22. So you're going to come back and wrap up this really cool program that Dr. Gibson has in place. And then at GSD, 3 graduates, 2 moving on to employment, and 1 moving on to higher ed. And I listed the graduation dates up there so you would have that. Any questions about post-secondary outcomes? And as I tell my staff, it gets so easy when we talk about milestones, data, all of those things. One of the things I ask my staff, because I do it of myself, I sit in that audience at graduation and I watch what every one of these students are going to do when they leave us. And I think that's important. And it gets lost sometimes when we're talking about data and those things with assessment, which we know is important. One of the things I wanted to do is give you all an update about the ASD Leader Timeline. You all know you were very helpful to me, and I appreciate that in looking at a search firm that can come in and be independent. And so far, the work has been very fruitful. From January to March, they've held a lot of focus groups. which, when we do recruitment here, you're not necessarily doing that. So I appreciate what that search firm did. We created recruitment videos in ASL and English. They're actually on ASD's website. I recorded some, so if you go there and just look, you'll see how we did it to try to garner some interest in the position. April 1st, a search committee was created, and it's comprised of the stakeholders that you see there. April 21st, the application window opened. May 27th, it will close. Mid-June is when that search committee will do a first tier interview. And then June 23rd is when we're looking at probably the top 2 finalists will come back, and we'll give one a tour in the morning, have lunch with them, another a tour in the afternoon, have dinner with them, and then in the evening there will be a community event, meet and greet, if you will. Just the tricky part of timing, it's June. Lots of people are on vacation. People are trying to get that last little R&R in before school, but I'm sure people will come. But you have that on your calendar. You all are more than welcome to come. And then July is our target date for hiring someone. So I'm gotten some cursory feedback of feelers out there of folks that have been interested, and I'm excited about the ones that may want to throw their hat in the ring. But again, it's just been a lot of work getting up to this point. As with most things, once it starts, it's busy. And so you can see from this timeline that will be our hiring date and nominating someone to you all. Does anybody have any questions of where we are with the leader position, or about the post-secondary outcomes, or even about Smoky Powell? Okay. Well, thank you all. It's always a pleasure to get to see you all and feel supported by you, and that means the world to us as well as the folks behind me. And we'll see you next time too, okay?
Dr. Moore, we
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you so much for all that you're doing. And ladies, I thank you so much for coming here, for us to meet you and hear from you. And it's always good, with us being the local board over the state schools, it's important for us to hear everything that's going on at these schools and to give them our utmost support. And I will move for this item to go to the consent agenda unless someone has anything else to say. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We are adjourned till 2:15 for District Flexibility and Charter Schools Committee.
That's okay.
See, the worst part about the debate though was that the stools they had for us were really just a little too high. It was so uncomfortable. The stools they had for us were just a little too high for the table, and it was just.
It is because you have to sit there with your balance, you know.
Yes, yes. But it was really good. I mean, we've got a good group of people. They're very collegial.
Okay, good.
Andrew, of course, is up for re-election, but he's got 3 opponents this time.
I like Andrew though.
I like him too. He's grown into it.
Okay.
In the beginning, he was trying too much to be like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Is otherwise obligated for a minute, but I think he'll be joining us. We're back in session. It's time for the District Flexibility and Charter Schools Committee, and I'll turn this over to Chairman Scott.
Thank you, Mr. DeJarnett. All right, we're getting ready to kick off here. We've got, I believe, 5 items before us today, and we're going to turn this over to Ms. Tiffany Taylor for the introduction of item number 1, the charter system renewal for Chandler County Schools.
Yes, so Chandler County Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Chandler County Board of Education approved the Chandler County Schools charter system renewal petition on March 17, 2022. The mission of Chandler County Schools is to increase student achievement through academic and organizational innovation. Chandler County utilizes their flexibility to enhance executive soft skills through credit-earning internships and community cooperatives with local businesses, provide non-certified experts in areas such as art, drama, music, electricity, and welding to provide hands-on learning experiences, and providing blended learning opportunities for more self-paced, differentiated instruction that moves students forward in curriculum acquisition. If approved, Chandler County's new contract would begin July 1st, 2022 and expire on June 30th, 2027. And we do have, I believe, online, the Superintendent, Dr. Lola Longrear, and members of the team from Chandler County.
Fantastic. Does anybody have any questions regarding the petition? And then secondly, any questions for our friends online from Chandler County Schools?
I think we'd like to hear from them a little bit about what they're doing.
Absolutely. I was just asking if you have any questions. No questions?
Sorry.
All right. From Chandler County Schools, Superintendent and your team, we'd love to hear from you regarding the petition.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, thanks for the opportunity to join in, and we're pleased with the progress that we've made since initially acquiring our charter. As Ms. Taylor said, some of the focus areas we've really utilized flexibility in are hiring experts to teach some of those supplemental classes. Examples that we currently have right now are agriculture in the elementary school, art, music, a couple other electives. We teach video production with a CAD graduate that is not necessarily a certified teacher, but they're truly an expert in the field. There's numerous other examples that we've been able to utilize flexibility with there. And then she also mentioned our focus on soft skills. We have a K-12 soft skills curriculum that truly every adult in the school district feels ownership in helping our students gain valuable skills that will help them be successful later in the workforce as they pursue various careers. Those are a couple things we're passionate about. We can highlight more. I have Dr. Cooper, Dr. Jordan, and Dr. Dollar, all central office level people here and instrumental in the process that can answer or add to as well.
Are there any questions for Chandler County? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. There are no questions at this moment in time. And if there's no objection, we'll move this to the consent agenda.
That's great.
This item will be moved to the consent agenda. Thank you very much. Ms.
Thank
Taylor-
you.
Ms. Taylor, we'll move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, Ctso County Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Ctso County Board of Education approved the charter system renewal petition on February 1st, 2022. The mission of Ctso County Schools is to be a student-focused learning community where excellence is expected from staff and students every day without exception. Ctso County Schools utilizes their flexibility to open a Here to Career College and Career Academy with the required 9th grade Here to Career semester-long class and partner with Junior Achievement Discovery Center to increase student academic opportunities. If approved, Ctso's contract would begin July 1st, 2022 and expire on June 30th, 2027. I believe we have on hand Superintendent Chance Nix and the team from Ctso County.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Are there any questions for Ms. Taylor regarding this petition? All right. Superintendent Nix and your team from Ctso County Schools, you care to make some comments regarding the petition? We can't hear you.
You're muted.
Ctso is muted.
Hey, there we go. Can you hear me now, guys?
We can.
Wonderful. Yes, I'm absolutely excited to talk about what we're doing with our charter flexibility. One of our focus points is our College and Career Academy and the flexibility that allows us to meet the needs of local industry and workforce development. And it really helps to prepare our kids for high-paying jobs and careers in our area that we have used survey data to determine what those needs are. So this will work in conjunction with our other 3 high schools that are already up and moving, our comprehensive high schools, and it will offer our students tremendous opportunities for future growth, and we hope to have it open. It's scheduled to be open on August of 2023.
Are there any questions for Superintendent Nix and his team?
I'd love to hear a little bit about the partnership with the Junior Achievement Discovery Center.
Did you hear that question?
I sure did. I'm going to ask Ms. Brower to talk about that because she is intricately involved with Junior Achievement.
Hello, everyone. So we are very fortunate in Ctso County that we have a Junior Achievement Discovery Center in Dalton, Georgia. We are Dalton is one of the few counties outside of a metro city that has a Junior Achievement Center. So it enables us to take 6th graders on a field trip that's called BizTown. And students are given jobs. They run, like somebody's going to be the CEO, somebody's going to be the accountant, there's going to be salespeople. So they get to actually experience those roles before they go. And in 7th grade, they go to finance clerk. So they actually have to have a budget and manage their money and pay bills. And Junior Achievement also provides a curriculum that our teachers use prior to the students attending the field trip so that they're more prepared when they get there. And I will tell you something that I thought was just amazing, that one of our principals told us that one of the students in 6th grade, the night before he was attending the field trip, his mom said that he ironed his shirt just in case he was selected to be the CEO.
All right, Helen, does that answer your question?
That does. I think that's exciting.
I am actually on the board of the Junior Achievement Discovery Center.
Oh, wow.
In Dalton, and it is a wonderful discovery center, so I invite any of you that if you're in the area to let me know and we'll take you on a tour there.
It's amazing.
And we have finance part going on, I think, through next week.
Well, aside from the superintendent's recommendation, the Charter Advisory Committee also voted unanimously to recommend Ctso County School for system approval in their 5-year charter. Are there any other questions or comments?
One other thing, what's the 9th grade Here to Career?
So
simulation.
Yes. So when we were writing our application for our grant, I attended a workshop where they were talking about youth science and came back and I found out that we were doing youth science with our students, but we didn't formalize how the students were using the results of the youth science assessment. So we're going to use artificial flexibility to actually require a class in 9th grade where the students participate, they take their youth science assessment, they determine their best fit careers, and then they actually do research to determine which ones they're the most interested in, and then they develop a graduation plan with their counselor that will be revisited as they go through high school. And at the end of the class, they prepare a presentation based on their youth science results. And we're also in that class using Tim Elmore's Habitudes to teach them life skills.
Also, the From Here to Career class in 9th grade is our marketing piece for our College and Career Academy. The students will participate in field trips to the academy to determine the pathways they're interested in as juniors and seniors.
That is so exciting. I just came from a lead meeting in Callaway Gardens, and this youth science came up again, that it's free and that our systems should be utilizing them in a way because it really does direct a student in the aptitude of what they have an interest in. And so I'm so glad that you're doing this and messaging that. What a great way to experience hands-on, and this is exciting. We should share that with other districts. I'm coming to see y'all. Come on, come on. I got a week, huh?
You've been warned.
That's not nice.
We love you, Helen. All right, so is there any objection to moving this to the consent agenda? All right, hearing none. Ctso County Schools will be moving this item to the consent agenda for action tomorrow. Thank you very much for your participation today.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna move on to item number 3, the charter system renewal for Clark County Schools. Ms. Taylor?
Absolutely. So the Clark County Board of Education approved the Clark County Schools Charter System Renewal Petition on October 14th, 2021. Clark County Schools' mission is to inspire students to achieve high academic levels through challenging and innovative learning opportunities that support the development of students' individual talents. Clark County Schools utilizes their flexibility to address the needs of children birth through 4 years of age by providing access to early learning opportunities, to implement a comprehensive and aligned career exploration and life skills program, expand early college advanced opportunities, and bolster the programming at the Athens Community Career Academy. If approved, Clark County's contract would begin July 1st, 2022 and expire June 30th, 2027. And we have online Mr. Stephen Nobles, the Governance and Flexibility Specialist with Clark County Schools.
Fantastic. Before we go there, are there any questions for Ms. Taylor relative to this petition? All right, hearing none, we'd love to hear from Clark County Schools regarding your petition.
So we actually have, I think our superintendent is on the phones. He's online as well.
Terrific.
I am, Mr. Nobles. I won't take your thunder. I'll just briefly hit on some of the items. Good afternoon. We thank you all for this opportunity to share with you. We are also very excited about our College and Career Academy. Clark County Schools use science well with our middle school students, and we're hoping and looking forward to this next year really strengthening our CTAE work in our middle schools to help build the pipeline for the CTAE programming in our high schools, and to also strengthen our College and Career Academy. We are already looking at increasing those numbers from about 300 students this year to 400 students in that Career Academy because of student interest in the opportunities there. We're using some of our flexibility to do certification waivers to recruit and retain high quality teachers from 3 areas, and that supports our CTAE work. And we're looking for ways to better serve our 9th grade students and revamping our 9th grade academy. And we
also have a health clinic on campus at one of our schools now that serves, well, it's actually two schools, the elementary and middle school, but students and staff from across our district are able to utilize those supports there. And we're looking to expand that onto another elementary and middle school campus next year. And I'm sure Mr. Nobles have other things to add around mental health and literacy, so I'll be quiet and let you jump in.
You pretty much said it all. One of the things we're most excited about moving into this next contract is our multi-tier waiver and flexibility system. Being able to utilize innovative ideas and coming up with innovative solutions to address some of our district's needs. So we're just excited for the opportunity to remain a charter system and look forward to partnering with you guys moving forward.
All right, thank you.
The mobile bus, Mr. Noble. Can you tell them about the mobile bus?
Yeah, so we are renovating 2 buses to create for mobile minds to address our literacy need from K to 3rd and from 3rd, I think, all the way into 8th grade. We have one of those buses that should be finished before, right at the start of summer, that's going to be used to address some of our summer slide for our literacy needs in the district. So that as well is something we're extremely excited about moving forward, and we can't wait to get those items off the ground.
Fantastic.
I'm here in Clark County.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Nobles, for your comments. Are there any questions for Clark County Schools from the board?
Well, that's a great idea with innovative learning. Can he share with us some other things that they're going to do with their innovative learning opportunities that they're in Clark County?
Did
he hear
maybe
me?
you want to repeat it?
Did you hear me?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, I said the bus. I'm sure that's one of the innovative learning opportunities that is coming around. Can you share with us some other? Because you said academic levels, achieving high academic levels through challenging and innovative learning opportunities. Are there any others that cross your mind right now that come out that y'all have put in place or putting in place? Yeah, so expanding the work with our Career Academy students, using those students to kind of bolster and leverage some of the other areas like the health center that Dr. Thomas just referenced, using students that are in the health pathway to go in to serve to give them real world experience, and using our early learning students to go into our early learning center to kind of bolster and build up that program as well. We have comprehensive life skills activities that we're going to bolster and build up in our Career Academy. We have so many different things that we're trying to implement and get off the ground with this contract, especially in our early learning segment, early head start up pre-K, our Thrive by 5 initiative. So we're just excited about all of the things we're looking forward to handling, taking care of in Clark County this coming up contract. Do y'all use science?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great.
We use it in our college and career exploration program through our counseling department. This is Lawrence Harris from Clark County. And so our counselors are using that to measure the aptitude of students, and they use that to drive conversations for high school graduation plans for all of our students. So we use that, kind of through the bridge bill, working in middle school. The students take the assessments, and then our counselors use that to kind of drive conversations around what students may have aptitudes for, and they use that to drive pathway development and enrollment.
That's great.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Rice. Are there any further questions? Hearing none, without objection, can we move this to the consent agenda for tomorrow? All right. Superintendent Thomas, Mr. Nobles, and other representatives from Clark County Schools will be moving this to the consent agenda for tomorrow's action item. And thank you very much for your participation today. Thank you for
Thank you all.
All right, Ms. Taylor, we're going to move on to item number 4, charter system renewal for Jasper County Schools.
So the Jasper County Board of Education approved the Jasper County Schools Charter System Renewal Petition on March 8th, 2022. The mission of Jasper County Schools is to provide superior and innovative learning experiences to prepare every student for life beyond school. Jasper County utilizes their flexibility to support individualized learning time, expand the Jasper County Virtual Academy, implement STEAM methodology, and incorporate college and career-focused strategies. If approved, the Jasper County contract would begin July 1st, 2022, and expire June 30th, 2027. I think we have on the line Mr. Bill Schilling, Board Chairman of Jasper County Board of Education, along with some staff members from Jasper County Schools.
Terrific. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Taylor regarding this presentation and petition? Hearing none, we would love to hear from Jasper County Schools. Thank you very much for being here today. You're muted right now.
Things we've learned, or not. Yeah, but we mute when we shouldn't, and we don't mute when we
Is this
shouldn't.
a totally virtual? It's totally virtual. Academy.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, this is Superintendent Kenny Garland, and with me I have our board chairman, Mr. Bill Schilling, and Ms. Donna Poole, Executive Director of Student Improvement, or School Improvement. We're excited to be presenting to you today. We've got a lot of great things going on here in our county. We're growing in population. We're excited about growing in student achievement. We've made tremendous strides, and we actually showed gains during the pandemic, especially at the high school level. One of the things that we've concentrated on is the STEAM initiative, and we've reaped the fruits of our labor as we go through with the advanced placement awards that was issued by Superintendent Woods in his office a few months ago. We qualified in 3 of the 8 categories, and one was being a STEM achievement district, where we were achieving at a rate of 50% or higher in those STEM classes. So we're very excited about that. We offer a Move On When Ready program where we allow students to move on at their pace. We have used the flexibility models for early intervention, which we feel like is going to make tremendous strides in meeting the learning loss needs from the pandemic.
Terrific. Are there any other comments from your county? All right. All right, well, hearing none, are there any questions for the representatives from Jasper County?
This is all virtual, right? School?
No, not all of it.
Not all, okay.
We offer a virtual academy, which we house about 120 students in that program right now.
Okay.
And getting some feedback here, folks. We house about 120 students in our virtual academy. Our district is about 2,500 students pre-K through 12.
Thank you.
I got you.
Individualized learning time, expand.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I wonder how many were in the, if it was all virtual, but how many, so 120 virtual, how many are total in the
25, about
About 2,500 pre-K through 12.
8 through 12? Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, without objection, can we move this to the consent agenda for tomorrow's action items? All right, thank you very much. Your 5-year petition renewal, charter renewal will be moved to the consent agenda for action tomorrow morning. And thank you very much for being with us today. All right, Ms. Taylor, if you could move on to item number 5, which is the charter school contract amendment for the DeKalb Preparatory Academy.
DeKalb Preparatory Academy, a grades K-8 local charter school authorized by the DeKalb County Board of Education, is seeking to extend the charter term to June 30th, 2024 to address the academic goals outlined in its contract. This amendment request was approved by the DeKalb County Board of Education on May 9th, 2022. DeKalb Preparatory Academy, which aims to empower students to cultivate knowledge, think critically, and act collaboratively and compassionately, serves approximately 585 students. If approved, the DeKalb Preparatory Academy's contract would expire on June 30th, 2024.
Terrific. It does not appear that we have any representatives. Are there any representatives from DeKalb online?
We don't have any on hand.
So that's a 2-year, just a
It's a
2-year?
2-year extension of the
Two-year
current
extension.
contract.
So what was
It's a
the,
reason?
what was the purpose of the?
So they, in their contract, because the middle of their contract for them kind of fell through COVID, they had some additional work that they wanted to show for the lifespan of their contract. And so instead of trying to renew a contract with some more work that they wanted to do, they
So it's
wanted
just
to
an
try to extend for
extension.
2 years.
Extend.
Didn't have
Got
the
it.
data to be able to bolster their renewal.
So was the data, did they need some support in some different areas?
They wanted to have some support in additional areas.
So what were
for
those areas that they
academics.
were?
They were particularly in ELA reading and math, so they were working with the CAB and with our team with school improvements on those efforts.
You know, we might see a few of these in other places because of COVID and some of these special, you know, because they weren't able to achieve some of their goals as I read it, and then they wanted to extend because of that. So we might see some of that as some of these are coming up.
And for some of them, particularly with COVID, but for some schools, you'll have where they've used similar formative assessments as the district and are able to kind of make those comparisons. You have some schools where you find where they had their own sort of assessments, but then they are in their extension looking at then different formative assessments to be able to, again, bolster the data in those areas to be able to show the alignment and the growth that they've been making.
Right. Are there any other questions regarding this agenda item? All right, without objection, can we also move this to the consent agenda for tomorrow?
Yes.
All right, that concludes the affairs today for the flexibility and charter committee. And Mr. Chair, we make a recommendation tomorrow that the items 1 through 5 be moved to the consent agenda. And without further ado, that concludes the affairs of this committee.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. And if there's no other business for the committees today, we will adjourn for the day, and we'll see everyone bright and early. If you had fun today, we'll have some fun tomorrow at 9 a.m. the regular board meeting. So, stand adjourned.
Oh, I didn't see.
I'm not approaching this, but I think the reason why they asked the extension